watching it? I can download that.
I mean, that's a question. I don't know. And a bit. So I'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for coming. I'll try to keep calm. Yeah, contain yourselves. We do appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Sharon. I'm with Duncan Parnell. We're the Trimble geospatial dealer for South Carolina and North Carolina. We basically go from Virginia all the way down to the Keys, down the coast, and into Tennessee for geospatial, for public safety. We also go into Alabama and Mississippi. And then we also have divisions in signs and graphics, covering roughly the same footprint. We have an ag division, and most recently a marine division, covering mostly the same area. The marine also is a little bit out west too. In addition to geospatial, we are a UAV or drone provider. We have a myriad of drones for different applications: mapping, inspection, public safety, and we had the opportunity at the beginning of this month to attend the IHEAP conference, which is the various departments of transportation across the country get together and have a conference every year. And this year it happened to be at Myrtle Beach, so it was in South Carolina. And it afforded us the opportunity to bring together not just one piece of technology. You know, as equipment dealer, we're usually demoing a piece of technology. But with iHeap, we had the opportunity to collect data on the same site with multiple technologies, which is more akin to the real-world application, because they're tools. They're not the tool, they're a tool. And whereas you don't just use a hammer when using tools, you don't just use a drone or just use mobile lidar or just use GNSS. You use a combination of them. So this presentation will be, it is brief, but how we collected multiple data sets, how we brought it together, how we met standards, and where we could improve. So first talk about the data sets. Like I said, we had a myriad of different technologies that we used. We used vehicle-mounted mobile LiDAR, two different kinds, both the Trimble and the Emerson Hover Map mobile LiDAR systems. We used drone-based LiDAR. We used survey GNSS receivers and robotic total stations. All of this was to collect data with control that was provided by the South Carolina Department of Transportation on a roadway and boat ramp there in Myrtle Beach. And it was not just the road surface, it was also targets in the woods. I forgot to mention, we also had a boat system from seafloor doing multi-beam sonar. So we collected land, sea, and air data. So the first bit of technology. And what we used most is new to us, the Emerson Hover Map, STX. This is SLAM LiDAR. SLAM stands for Simultaneous Localization and Mapping. You probably heard of LiDAR. Traditional LiDAR, be it collected static or mobile, has to be registered to known control, known coordinates, to register the real world. SLAM has built-in algorithms that, as the system moves, kind of maps in real time the positions and builds the point cloud model basically in real time. And it's true to itself in real time. The hover map collects approximately 1 million points a second, collects up to 3 returns, can use RTK GNSS for real-world positioning. For truthing, it does use reflective GCPs, ground control points. It gets colorized with a 360-degree view camera and has multiple applications. So it's handheld, drone-based, backpack-based, vehicle-mounted. It's a very versatile system. So this is an example of the part of the data collection that was done with a handheld. This is a pergola there at the landing that we walked the system through, scanned, and got the 3D point cloud of, and you can see that it's colorized from the video. More of the handheld, so you can see that it captured the whole area around. Notice the void though, the black area, that's the water at the boat landing. So again, it's a tool, not the tool. So if you need the bottom, you don't have that data from LiDAR. So we needed another method. We also then mounted the hover map on a vehicle, drove around the parking area and the roadway where the South Carolina DOT had placed the targets. And here you can see an example of the targets that they set. You can see how it shows up. With LiDAR, one of the key pieces of information is intensity. The more reflective a surface is, the more energy comes back to the system. So things like paint striping, concrete, gives more energy back than asphalt. So we have a high contrast, so that makes it easy to see these targets and be able to register to them. Then we mounted that same system to a UAV. In this case, it was a Free-Fly Astro, and flew a traditional mapping type LiDAR mission with a drone, capturing in a crosshatch pattern to maximize our coverage. And you can see the point cloud below the trajectory lines. So this is a cross-section view of the point cloud that results from the hover map. And in the open, obviously, you get good coverage. But in the canopy, there's areas where it can't pick up or can't penetrate. So another method would be to take the LiDAR actually into the woods, handheld, and scan inside. So here you can see the bright red circles there. Yeah. So that's the reflective targets I was mentioning. And that's what we use to register to the real world coordinates, as well as using the RTK GNSS Trimble receiver. We then mounted the system to the backpack and walked around under the ramp for the highway, capturing the buttresses, the columns, the underpinning. Then once again, we mounted to the drone, and one of the nice things about the hover map system is it can actually control the drone for you, basically turning it loose, letting it map an area, basically autonomously, and it will, if you can set a boundary to prevent it from exceeding the area that you want to map, but effectively turn it loose and it will just fly through and find everything it can find. So we use that then to fly up and capture the exterior of the ramp. So the next piece of technology we used was the Trimble mobile mapping system, the MX90. This is vehicle-mounted mobile LiDAR. It uses two Regal Vux LiDAR sensors. Has a max range of 475 meters. Approximately 3.6 million points per second. It can collect at highway speeds. It captures, in addition to the LiDAR, imagery with a 360-degree panoramic camera, Ladybug 6, and then two forward or side-facing and one rear-facing planar camera. Primarily used in highway data collection applications. Like I said, you can collect at highway speeds, capturing data really quickly. and survey accurate. So there you can see the total data collected with the mobile mapping system. Really dense data. We zoom in, you can see the difference that we get in the returns and the energy back. So there's the chevron, and we see we get a lot more energy from the road surface and paint striping than with the SLAM system. Finally, we also used airborne LiDAR with it was a yellow scan, a Voyager, which is also a Regal VUX sensor. This captures 2 million points a second, up to 32 returns, highly accurate, highly expensive system. But and as you'll see in the data, it's what's necessary to get penetration in vegetation. So with the aerial, particularly with the Voyager, we captured basically from the roadway all the way up to the end of that wooded area. We flew this in about 15 minutes. I forget exactly how many acres it was, but really rapid data collection. But again, while we still have some information in the water, we don't have enough. We're not getting bottom. LiDAR and water just basically don't mix. We'll get that. It's coming. So you can see here the difference between, if you think about the hover maps, and a lot of gaps in the canopy, where the Voyager, it has a clean, well-defined ground surface even under the canopy. So the last system, LiDAR or sensor technology we used was the C4 EchoBoat 240. This is a multi-beam bathymetric survey system for mapping riverbed, seabed. It's really basically the only way to get this kind of 3D LiDAR type point cloud data for below water surface.
Can you go back to that?
Yeah.
How big is that little apparatus?
That's a little bit smaller than a jet ski.
Okay. How does it handle rough seas, or does it?
So for automated or semi-automated operation, it wants fairly still water. I think the moving at a walking pace is kind of the definition. You can mount these sensors also to manned watercraft as well. So you have more control, have motors and control.
What are you trying to capture mostly when you use this? Underwater debris, underwater structures, whatever, right?
Yeah, whatever's under the water, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
If government goes all the way up to the side of that road, you have to,
Yeah. Yeah, and that one of the things they were interested in seeing was the washout there in the channel.
So, in the debris world, we typically use just side scan sonar
Mm-hmm.
to identify targets for those projects. Is that a more efficient method to use?
It certainly can be. It's survey accurate data, so your positioning is as accurate as it can be, basically. And
Would you think it would be a lot more expensive than both mount and side scan device?
I'm a tech guy, so I don't know how much it costs. That's a question for sales, exactly.
The cost isn't in having to come out and try to machine them down the river. The cost is rectifying the data so that you can treat that as you do.
Yeah.
And the problem with debris is so that, you know, especially in like if it's Charleston Harbor, if you could say in the upper part of the harbor, run the trees and debris down into the harbor, the tides are gonna move that, some of that, you know, currents move some of it, so if you're out in the ocean, so this is great for determining, okay, we had this event and we had material wash into the actual
Right.
field. And so we need to have resin or somebody come out and remove that material, or a ship went, a boat went down, we couldn't find it, so now we're gonna try to find it where it ended up. There's people who own sailboats that sink, tend to run away and claim they have another boat. What boat? I don't own a boat. So,
Well, and it's enough point cloud data that you can see what's down there. You can make out the shape of things. Or,
cost isn't driving them down the river, it's paying technical guys to figure out what you're looking at when you.
Yeah, when we did the,
You got like millions and millions of points.
literally, yeah.
compared to maintaining 2 Yamaha 150s on here, that's a whole different conversation. It is. I mean, I suspected that, I was just trying to, quantify it, but, yeah, I mean, we do our own side scan, so no, it's so simplistic, map it out, identify the geocode the points, and go out and collect.
Yeah. So, speaking of collecting, so, no, that's totally good. So again, the South Carolina DOT provided control to all the participants of this demonstration, and in the standard South Carolina International Foot NAVD 88 based elevations. And our surveyor wanted to note that he did all his work in meters just to keep everything consistent, because that's the way he is.
Because he's a surveyor.
Well, I will say that in the drone world, meters kind of are because it's international, and the numbers are round and easy to remember. 50 meters, 70 meters, 100 meters. They provided a total of 11 control points. And again, those were these chevrons that were painted on the road surface. Our surveyor, Joe, then took and using the South Carolina real-time network, verified those points with occupations, and everyone will be happy to know that they checked really, really well, all in the millimeter range, or hundreds to thousands of a foot range. So in addition to the South Carolina DOT provided control, Joe then went and added more control, using both GNSS and a robotic total station. And that served a couple of purposes, because we weren't just collecting the road surface, we were also collecting the SLAM data, the aerial LiDAR, and so we needed a way to pull all that together, and we also needed check shots, which I'll touch on more later. Again, the hover map has kind of a specific requirement for its control points, which are circular targets of a couple of sizes. These are determined sizes, standardized so that the software you tell it what size targets you were using, it will automatically find them in the point cloud if they're visible. So then, bringing all that data together to meet the ASPRS positional standards was kind of our goal. We wanted to see if we could take and bring in all this disparate, I didn't sleep well last night. All this disparate data sources, have them agree, have them match, and also match to their published data or their control. So based off of the ASPRS standard, the number of check shots that are required for an area of this size, again, it was not that large. The minimum being 30, which would cover 247,000 acres. We were much smaller than that. So while we met the standard with 30, it was a little bit of overkill. So again, we then took and combined these data sets into what eventually the designer survey would then extract that data from and design from, or calculate volumes, that sort of thing. So here you can see the colorized or colorization of the point clouds indicates the different systems that they were generated from. So we have aerial, we have the SLAM, we have the mobile LiDAR, all combined into a single data set. And you can see how well they overlay with each other, that's the goal. That's what we want. We want to see the data marry together well. So that is a cross-section, that pergola that we saw earlier. That's just a cross-section through the blue or purple there on the bottom. That's going to be the SLAM, the handheld LiDAR. The greenish there on the soffit and a little bit on the roof, that's going to be from the mobile LiDAR, the MX90. And then the kind of orange there at the top, that's going to be your aerial from the yellow scan VX scanner. So here, he cut a cross section. The bottom again, that's the SLAM that was done both with the backpack and the drone mounted. And then the top, the white part, that's data from the MX90. So bringing the data in, classifying it, his check analysis basically boiled down to these 4 steps. Classifying the point cloud, taking the point cloud and extracting the ground data out of it. So it's just the ground. It takes the trees, all the buildings, people, vehicles. So we have just the ground surface. He then takes that and builds a surface model out of it. And those, both the South Carolina points and the points that Joe shot, in addition, compared those values to the generated surface and generated this report showing the deviations of the control and the check shots to the various systems used. So you can see, I'm going to have to put my glasses on so I can read. The hover map, mobile mounted for the non-vegetated, so he's split it up between vegetated and non-vegetated. So it actually did really, really well. Actually kind of beat almost everything with the non-vegetated. followed by the MX-90 and the Voyager mobile or aerial lidar. So the takeaway here is that when they all matched really well, and B, when we look at vegetated versus non-vegetated areas, this is kind of why we use different tools. So if we look at the non-vegetated of the, say, the hover map, a thousandth of a foot in minimum, 300ths maximum delta versus a maximum of almost 2/10 of a foot in vegetated. So the point being that in challenging environments, one of these tools may not be the right application or sufficient to get as much data as you need. But by combining these disparate data sets, we're able to get a holistic and truly accurate representation of the site. So lastly, what we could have done better to make the data even better. We did have some slight misalignments, and some of this could be rectified with additional control. We didn't have any control on the ramp. South Carolina didn't plan for us to go out that far, but we wanted that data, so we got it anyway. So we just kind of had to wing it with the ramp. So we do see some separation there. Additional control out there would have helped with that. Denoising, we didn't really do any denoising with the point cloud, and that would clean up, take out some outliers, and improve the accuracy some. Calibrations, making sure that systems are calibrated. And again, I think this particular data is still from the ramp, so it's kind of outside of the control space. And then densifying the control for the hover map. So that's bringing data together from different systems. Any questions? Any? Yes.
So if you wanted to just use one system for survey work, which one is, that's all accurate? Yeah, what's going to give you the best results if you can only afford to do, because most projects have pretty tight budgets for survey.
Sure. Well, and I'm about to turn it over to our Wingtree rep to take it from there. But aerial LiDAR is kind of the best bang for your buck in terms of moderate to large area surveying. There's just no way to capture that data that quickly. Mobile LiDAR is probably the most accurate, but is limited to where you can drive. So in those canopied environments, that's not the right tool. But the LiDAR systems that are available and what's coming even more so are able to penetrate canopy, get good dense data. Of course, there are factors that are always going to come into play. And again, as I said earlier, you may not have been here, but it's not the tool, it's a tool. So there's always going to be situations where you need to supplement and add data, but realistically, aerial LiDAR covers a majority of situations as long as you're legally allowed to fly there. So, yeah. And cost-wise is depending on the system, obviously, is going to be your, well, that's what insurance is for, and don't crash your drone. All right, anything else? All right, so Duncan Parnell, we are, I think for the second year in a row, the premier Wingtra dealer. Wingtra has been a great partner for us, and they've most recently announced and released the Wingtra Ray, their newest fixed-wing drone platform. And to talk about it, I'm going to hand it over to Benton. Oh, yes.
How far into incorporating this LiDAR data with traditional survey data in design software?
So, so we use traditional survey methods to generate, well, South Carolina used traditional methods to generate their control, and then we used total station, GNSS to supplement that with more control based off of those, both those targets. And you bring that into, there's a couple ways to do it, really. Most manufacturers have some sort of control fixing in their processing software. We, being a Trimble dealer, would recommend bringing it into Trimble Business Center and utilizing the tools there. Yeah. I mean, basically, they're all survey systems and all expect to have control implemented and verified. I mean, with the advances in drones, both PPK and RTK have changed the mindset of what control is and what ground targets are used for, but they're still necessary. You know, you still need to verify your accuracy. So their purpose isn't so much to make it accurate, but to prove that it's accurate. Does that make sense?
I've got a perfect data set to show you guys on that in Scranton, Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago.
All right.
Couldn't get it on your jump drive, but is there an SD card slot on this? If that's just a charger, I might
I think that is just a charger.
just do this, pop it in there.
Will it fit?
Is that where the PowerPoint will pull up? Is it the same as Mac?
It's not going to be the same.
God. Let's see. Alright. I'm just gonna have to get it. We'll do this way. Use this computer. So I'm Benton. Drove down from Charleston this morning. I work for Wingtra, like Daniel said, work very closely. We launched this new drone in July, did the first public flight on the beach in Coronado with it. This is the Wingtra Ray. It's our brand new drone. We're really excited about it. It's kind of our third iteration of a fixed wing drone, really the fourth, if you include the master species project that kind of started this whole thing in 2012. We are a Swiss-based company based out of Zurich. And they've kind of fallen in love with the Lowcountry. I've sold them on Charleston, so they've come down here a few times, and we're actually having our big partner event in Savannah. So every Wingtra partner in the whole nation will be in Savannah in January. Really excited to be here. I'm going to log into Wingtra Cloud right now so we can share some of the data. Of course not. I think I had it backwards.
How many passengers does your drone carry?
0, but actually it's a good question. So that's kind of part of the origin story I like to tell. It started out as wing transport. That's where Wingtra came from. They thought they were going to be dropping off like EpiPens, first aid equipment, things like that. And the stability of the aircraft and just the large area kind of led us to surveying. And surveyors are very technical, so they were able to tackled drones and embraced drones early on, and really probably one of the fastest growing industries other than military and defense purposes. So it does have a payload. It has to. We're Swiss. We're neutral, so we don't sell any drones to Ukraine or anything like that. That's kind of one of the interesting parts is we're the drone for surveyors and mappers. You literally have to pick your coordinate system before you can even get close to flying a drone. We put in a state plane for South Carolina Department of Environmental Services yesterday. The drone will do LiDAR, photogrammetry, and then multispectral for chlorophyll mapping for your environmental and agricultural purposes. Do about 1,200 acres in a single flight, and it's fully autonomous. So I like to tell people you can't take a video of your kid's soccer game with this drone, but you can make a centimeter level map of the whole soccer complex and probably the whole town if you give it a week. Depending on the town, we've done a couple towns in like one day out in Utah or things like that. But all payloads are swappable like this. You asked about it, so we'll just start there. This is a photogrammetry payload. This is the MAP 61. Got a 15-degree tilt on it, as you can see. So it's going to pick up vertical facing and things like that. You can change it to 3D settings to do those vertical facings better, or you can change it just to a normal survey setting. We do have an inspect camera. That's brand new. We launched that at IHEEP at the DOT conference you mentioned. We did a project with TDOT, the Texas Department of Transportation. Oh, sorry about that. No, I'll stay over here. I wander around. It's used to pacing around in my backyard on the phone. So we did a presentation with TDOT, and we're able to verify with checkpoints and get 2.5 millimeters of accuracy out of this drone for crack detection. That's really good for using AI tools for those crack detection, vegetation. This camera here will do about an inch per pixel ground sampling distance, so sub-tenth of a foot, and we'll show that on some data I collected with Penn State recently. Yeah, let's get right into it. Kind of the whole point of Wing-Tra, I mentioned that you have to pick your coordinate system before you do anything, and we're really trying to make a drone for surveying and mapping. I was talking to Daniel this morning. Every single one of these drones that you see on the market, they're designed to be multiple purpose. They're kind of the F-250. You can put different things on them. You can do water collection. You can drop grenades with them. You can do mapping. Wing-Tra is really focused on making survey equipment and drones work directly together. We did a test and surveyed all of our customers in early 2024, and 90% of the time when somebody does a drone flight and tries to do a survey with the drone, they have a problem getting the base station and the drone talking to each other. So we're announcing it next week. Any proprietary files from Trimble will be directly compatible with the Wing-Tra, so you can just drag them over. Everything is super simple, and we work with Topcon, Leica, and I'm sure we'll have those proprietary files coming over soon. Let me log in here real quick. This is Duncan's drone. So we're going to plan a flight in here, and then we're going to go fly it shortly after this. So you'll see me. We'll plan the flight right here, sync it to that tablet there, and then when we put the batteries in, it'll be cached offline. That's similar to how you would do it in the field. This whole workflow is cloud compatible, so if you have an engineer that wants to see a specific thing, they can plan the flight for your pilot, and the field crew, all they have to do is set up their base station, start collecting a static file, an observation file. And while they're doing that, the drone pilot is flying the drone, and they don't have to plan or do anything other than make sure that low-flying helicopters, things like that, aren't interacting with the drone. So a good example of that is WSP out of Raleigh. They own several Wing-Tras. They've got a field guy out there flying the drone. They have a geospatial manager at the office in Raleigh, and then their engineers actually in Toronto. So when they're doing cut and fill analysis, measuring pits, volumetrics, and stuff like that, the drone pilot is not planning the flight. All he's doing is going out and capturing exactly what the engineer wants. And then overnight, while that data's baking, if it's a LiDAR data, he'll have it that afternoon. If it's photogrammetry, he'll wake up and see that orthomosaic or point cloud in the morning. So that's kind of the whole idea. Like, somebody said something when we were up with we were in Scranton with the Penn State Surveying School. They've got a campus there, and about 12 of them were graduating and taking a photogrammetry class. And we were just kind of describing how data is more valuable the more people that can get their hands on it. So I'll show you, if somebody's doing the parking lot, they can just snip out that part of the ortho point cloud if they want. If somebody's doing marketing photos just to say, hey, like, this is a project we did, they can take a screenshot of that, put it on the company webpage. Tons of different things like that. It's not just pulling your DTM, pulling a tin, and putting it into CAD. So that's something we like to describe. Give me, go ahead. Yeah, and ask me any questions, so.
I mean, and this is real basic, I have no clue, but FAA, or to fly something like that, you require a pilot license?
You do need a pilot's license, so kind of something can tell you about the drone industry. In 2016 or 2017, they changed the test from basically needing a private pilot license test to a 60-question multiple choice test. So there's an Amazon book. I'm happy to share it with anyone. It's $41, gives you 3 practice tests, and I guarantee you guys can pass it if you're in this room. I'm an old Sunbelt sales rep, so if I can do it, you guys could do it, I promise. It's 60 questions, multiple choice, and that's when you started seeing a lot of the American drone companies coming out, because when they dropped that licensure, all the venture capitalists and everybody came out and started investing in the industry. So, yep, and that's.
You don't follow a flight plan to do that, do you?
It depends on where you're flying. So in certain areas, like we pulled up, there's tons of different websites you can pull up your airspace map. But this Wingtra actually is a regulation fighter. So if you see the second compartment below the camera, that is a parachute bay. And we have passed all the certifications, and you can get a waiver right now, but before Thanksgiving, we're expecting to have waiverless operations over people. So with this drone, it has obstacle avoidance in the nose cone. It's got LTE connection, so there's a SIM card on there, so it won't lose telemetry a long ways off. So it should be able to get easy waivers for beyond visual line of sight, which is really big for corridors and things like that, and should have waiverless operations over people. So that's one of the things that we're excited about. The Wingtra's traditionally been used on large sites, data centers. The Scout Motors plant in Blythewood, South Carolina, when they got that project, they immediately bought a Wingtra, and they're flying weekly flights on it at least. But this drone should be able to go everywhere. So we're actually going up to City of Myrtle Beach, is taking a look at it for cadastral mapping, looking for illegal pools, decks, people putting restaurant tables and handicap parking spots and things like that. Anything you can think of. That's been happening all around the globe, but because of US regulations, we had to put a few more things like the parachute and the obstacle avoidance on the drone. But that's really going to open up, and you're going to see this in a lot of municipalities and things like that move. Yes, so it is fully on the blue list. Joint Base Charleston owns a Wingtra. The Army Corps Division of Charleston owns a Wingtra. They owned our previous model. We've flown on Camp Lejeune, 29 Palms. NAVFAC owns 6 or 7 Wingtras. So it's kind of funny on my presentation that it wasn't able to pull up via the SD card. They have a map that's like, now with the Wingtra parachute, without a waiver, you can fly in 98% of places. And I kind of would like to change it, because all the red areas, that is the 2% you can't fly, those guys all own Wingtras already, because they have these giant sensitive sites that they're already mapping. So it's, yeah, they can, but it kind of gives you the confidence, like this new drone, Duke Energy and Dominion Energy have already purchased this. So if you're doing any work with them, their contractors have the confidence that they can go and use the same product. So kind of the same thing with military base. If the Marine Corps Geospatial Command's using a Wingtra, you can bet your tail that you're able to use one on site too. So as it sits right here, this is about $52,000 with a photogrammetry payload. With LiDAR, you can option it up all the way to 130, 140 with extra batteries, extra tail fins. If we've got Army Corps.
How much is it for the parachute? I've lost 3 drones.
Okay, the parachute is an add-on, so if you can, sorry about that. The parachute is a $9,000 add-on. Obviously, you're not paying for $9,000 worth of material. You're paying for a Swiss guy to go walk around in a field for 9 months and do the R&D on that. So that's how much it took for the FAA requirements and everything like that. what we recommend is if you need a parachute right away, let us know, but purchase the drone, fly it a little bit, and then if you get a project where you need a parachute, it's just 4 torque screws, pop that out, and you're able to put that in there. Well, I'll show you. This drone. I always say it. I know it looks like a big orange boogie board. If you've flown other drones before and that's what you're confident in, I think Daniel can attest to this. We have a saying within Wingtra, it just works. 99% of the time, by far, just goes up and comes down. We were flying in Charleston with 25-mile-an-hour winds yesterday. This drone will handle gusts up to 40, sustained winds up to 28 miles an hour, ground winds up to 20, just because you don't want to tip it over with a LiDAR sensor or anything in there. So it's very, very stable in the wind. There are some things like you want to fly perpendicular to the wind so it doesn't have a 50-mile-an-hour tailwind and a 30-mile-an-hour. You want your GPS data and your photos to be consistent. So, but there's tons of different things we can do that. Just give me 1 second. Since I'm logging in on here, I'm going to have to put the credentials in here real quick.
What do the power companies use this thing for?
Coal ash pits, specifically transmission lines for vegetation and stuff like that. But coal ash is why they bought them originally, and we still have to do the training on their new units. So I think they're going to try to do a bunch of different things with that. So.
Yeah. We have a utility division, we do power line maintenance, not on the power lines, on the vegetation. And I'm just wondering how useful that would be in producing estimates.
So our LiDAR sensor will be pretty good on power lines. You will have to fly it very consistently, but we expect to have another LiDAR sensor within the next year that is specifically set up for that. This one, or the one I have out there, this is a photogrammetry payload. That LiDAR sensor is really good for pulling a DTM over like a DR Horton style project. Just like you see where like it's a brand new project, you just pull up on site, you don't have a plan yet, throw the drone up, pull a DTM, delete the vegetation, and then you can take that tin via TBC and pull that into CAD. And that's kind of, so you can take the trees out of the point cloud so that you have the terrain and you can see where you're going to build and everything like that. Or take the ground, yeah, and you can leave the vegetation too.
We're looking for vegetation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could do that with a point cloud or photogrammetry, but in your case you would leave it in. Yeah. Let's see. It's kind of funny.
So if you had to do a VA cemetery, it'll pick up all the it'll pick up all the ground disturbances, you'd be able to.
It's funny you say that. The data set I'm pulling up is a graveyard, and this is photogrammetry. Do I have this right? Sorry about that. That should be right. Okay, sorry. There we go. Why is this not pulling up? Appreciate you guys hanging in there. Sorry about that.
To the point of, issue. I've been training folks on my primary
So that's a good question. So depending on what you're flying, you would change your height. The UAS drone ceiling is 400 feet, so that's where 99% of your operations are going to be. We're going to fly this photogrammetry payload at 300 feet today, and we should have an accuracy about 0.8 feet. LiDAR, you want to fly as close as you can within like 100 feet or so with the Wingtra. The whole idea is you're flying well above obstacles, so probably 200, 250 feet with your LiDAR sensor. Longleaf pine in South Carolina, tallest one's about 125 feet. So we have obstacle avoidance, but that's more for cell towers and everything. The whole idea is you're flying up above and everything, and you have the context of everything in between. So I'm going to show some data set here. I'm actually going to show the graveyard. This was in just outside of Boston in Milford, Massachusetts. You can see we've got all the different flights we've planned and flown, all of our data stored in here. Here's the maps themselves. And then this was the actual map we flew. You can see you got your accuracy summary, and I'm actually going to show this one a little more accurate. So you can see you've got all your context here. This is the satellite map all around it, and then we have the orthomosaic we flew here. We've got our ground control points, and we've got our checkpoints. The ground control points, you're gonna use those to tie the map and stitch it tighter together. Your checkpoints, obviously that's gonna verify the accuracy of your data. We will have a payload coming out where you really will just need to use the check shots. That'll be the Survey 61. That'll be coming out in January. So pretty excited about that. Basically, the only ground control points you'll need or checkpoints you'll need are just to verify the accuracy of your data. Super, super robust. But this is in orthomosaic format, you can see here. And these are the checkpoints right here. You can see these checkered board here. And these are automatically, if you use this style, these are automatically recognized by Wingtra software. Just another thing making it really easy for you to do. But I told you guys this payload I have in there has a 15-degree angle for doing vertical facing on it. So we're going to put it into a point cloud here. This is still photogrammetry, but this is almost LiDAR-esque data. Some people at conferences think this is LiDAR, and I want you to look at this graveyard here. So we're going to zoom in, put it in 3D format. And hopefully this Wi-Fi, there we go, Wi-Fi renders for us. And you can see this is photogrammetry reconstruction. So if you're doing vegetation, you don't always just need LiDAR. You can see how good that reconstruction is just from a simple drone flight.
I need to ask you a question if I can.
Yes, sir.
So in western North Carolina, we're currently doing about 800 miles of waterway debris removal. And it requires mapping prior to approval by FEMA. So we began by doing it when the vegetation was off the trees. And we could fly and capture what we needed, identify the targets, and submit to FEMA. And then, of course, vegetation came out and we had to go on foot and actually photograph. Is there an advantage had we used this machine?
There would have been an advantage from a LiDAR standpoint, because LiDAR will cut through that vegetation. Still better to do it leaf off, like a lot of timber companies, they want a one-size-all solution to get the exact volumes of their trunks and everything, and they're doing aerial LiDAR to count trees, and then they're doing slam scanning as well. So it's kind of like golf clubs, it's a little bit of both, but I can tell you that's Withers Ravenel did all the design or submitted all the data for the design right after Helene and Chimney Rock, Bat Cave, that whole area. They used a Wingtra specifically for that. So I think they were using photogrammetry and LiDAR, and then they had another quadcopter drone they were doing for some especially dense places and things like that. But this will do 1,000 acres in a single flight, so they're using this to do big chunks and anything where they have like a low overhang or something like that. They were using the quadcopter to supplement. So it's been used for that, and I think that's one of the reasons we had the NCDOT team out of Silva, North Carolina. They came out to Duncan Parnell's office actually in Charlotte about a month and a half ago. They're getting ready to look at a bunch of these at least. So it's been used for that purpose. Obviously, it's hard to know without seeing that excite. Like the Nantahala Gorge, I would probably use a quadcopter for a few things, but the French Broad River, you could do this all day, you know.
Yeah.
So does anyone know why it might be better to have, go ahead. Okay. Well, then we're going to plan a flight real quick. Sorry about that. Plan a flight real quick. We're going to collect the site here. And we'll call it the Buckwalter. Does anyone know the address here? There we go. Click that real quick. Next step will be getting this is the general area we're going to fly the flight in, get our coordinate system. You can see you can change it to state plane, change it whatever you like. It's going to pull up whatever is standard. So I'm just going to leave it at this for times purposes. Set the flight, create the flight, and I think I'm going to run out of time to do this, but when we go outside, if anyone wants to stand next to me, please come by, plan the flight. I'll let you hold the tablet. It's basically all I'm going to do is draw a polygon of where we want to capture, set our flight height, and then go through the automated checklist that the FAA requires, and we can talk about it more while the drone's in the air than anything else. It's kind of the boring part. It's going to go up, cut the grass, fly a grid, do a survey, come back, and while we're doing that, there will be a static base station collecting Rhinex file at a 1 second. So we'll take the lat long elevation, apply it to the geotags in post, and then we'll be good to go. We'll have an orthomosaic point cloud just like I showed you. So that's what's up next.
So, hi, my name is Matt Kraus. I am the Disaster Recovery Manager for Beaufort County, so I plan for all the stuff that happens after the hurricanes. Working at Public Works like I do, I also help Public Works plan for that operational piece that happens during the hurricanes. I'm a bit of an IT nerd, and one of the things I like to do is anytime there's new technology coming down the way, is this flickering or is it just me? Okay, so the display's flickering just a little bit, but that's fine. So basically what I've been doing is, since I heard about ChatGPT and AI, I've been using it for about, 4 years now. So since it came out, just doing some experimentation and that kind of thing. And I'm always asking it the weirdest questions, and what can you do with me? How can you help me? And what I wanted to talk to y'all today about is I'm gonna give you kind of a brief overview of technology as it's progressed, the types of artificial intelligence that's out there right now, using ChatGPT to kind of help automate some of your tasks in the offices, and then some of the ways that I use it from the disaster recovery, emergency management side of things to help. Basically, you could use ChatGPT as a personal assistant. It doesn't get things right all the time, but I found it to be very helpful. So, let's see. Technology advances. As we know, every so many generations, every decade or two, there's some advanced technology that comes along, changes everybody's lives, from the typewriter to the personal computer. And then when we got the internet, I still remember my 28K modem, and when we upgraded to 56K, and wow, that was amazing. Technology just moves forward, and like the cell phone, in the 1980s we started out with the bricks, and then we got the flip phones, and now we have smartphones with built-in digital cameras. And to just give you an idea of the difference, so when the space shuttles were first launching in the early 1980s, their computers, well, our smartphones today are about 100,000 times more powerful. So the computer in your pocket is 100,000 times more powerful than the computers that were running the space shuttle into orbit and getting them back down. So that's how far technology has really progressed in those 40 years. So where are we today as far as technology? So right now we've got commercially viable large language model AIs. So what is that? So it's, okay, so you guys can still see it. That one's flickering, but that one's not. Okay, got it, perfect. So what's a large language model AI like ChatGPT? So it's a neural network. Basically, they just put a ton of data into these things. And how does it learn? It looks at patterns, not facts or emotions. It learns, it predicts what the next word in a sentence should be, and tries to generate coherent text. Early versions, not necessarily the most coherent, but it is getting better day by day. So when they build one of these, or they make upgrades to them, they are just putting in billions of words. Conversations, emails, websites, the encyclopedia, all these things, they're putting it all in there. And it basically builds a mathematical understanding of our language. And again, it predicts what the sequence in words should be. A note on access. So ChatGPT, a number of the other large language models that are out there, you can try them out with the free plan. You can get on the website, try it out, see how you like it. As with anything, you get what you pay for. So like with ChatGPT, your resources on the free plan are a little constrained. So you can only have so many queries, so many questions to it per hour or per 3 hours. The $20 plan, which I personally have, really gives you a lot more resources, and you can really ask it a ton of questions every hour and really go back and forth, do a lot of brainstorming with it. There's even higher plans that most of us would never need, but if you're doing like PhD level grade research and that kind of thing, folks are actually paying $200 a month for that access, and with that you get all kinds of dedicated resources. So what kind of large language models are out there? ChatGPT, that's been around for a number of years. Right now they got ChatGPT 5, which is pretty advanced. The free versions of each AI is always like a previous model. So if you're paying, you always get the most updated model. And when you think about it, 20 bucks, that might be a Netflix subscription. But with the way these large language models work, you might find that you're using it every day. Those folks that I've introduced to it at work find that they're using it every day or a couple times a week. ChatGPT is really great at coding, document creation. It can output things as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, PDF. It's really handy if you're working on a document with it. Another one out there is Grok. I don't know where they came up with the name for that. So that's Elon Musk's AI version. Again, the premium mid-range tier is $20. And that interfaces a lot with Twitter. And it's good as far as conversational tone, quick replies. I haven't really experimented with Grok too much because ChatGPT pretty much meets most of my needs. And one I've just started using is Claude from the Anthropic company. So that's really good at reading, doing summaries. It doesn't have the same document output technology that ChatGPT does. So you could have it write you a paper, but you would have to then copy and paste it into Word. And who wants that extra step? But those are some of the three big ones that are out there. In the technology pipeline, what is coming next? So some of y'all may have seen in the news the talk of agents. And so this is basically an AI that can perform some tasks that you give it. So you don't have to baby step it. ChatGPT has recently come out with an early version of this. And you can give it instructions like, book this vacation for me. I don't necessarily recommend that. It's not really there just yet. But the goal is basically to develop these helpful AIs that you can give a task, and then it'll figure it out and complete that task for you. So that's kind of what IT companies are working on now. Their big goal, though, is AGI. So that's your artificial general intelligence. It can think and learn like a person. So while we're not there yet, ChatGPT, all the rest of the big ones, Google, everyone else is really pushing to try and develop that AGI. Because if you have a digital person that could do work for you, that saves a lot of time. And they're also looking at it as far as basically developing scientific researchers. So you have an AI that can actually go out and do scientific research for you. And then way beyond that, far in the future, there's talk that they might be able to develop an ASI. So that's a super smart AI. So they call it artificial super intelligence, which is just a huge mouthful. And that's something that's smarter than we are and able to do things and solve problems that we couldn't even possibly comprehend. So that's really the talk of science fiction these days. But that is basically one of the goals that the technology community has, is to get to that point. So interfacing with ChatGPT. Get on the website today if you have a chance. If you haven't used it before, chatgpt.com. Ask it how it can help you. Can you help me write an email? And in my case, that's I'll try and talk a little bit louder. That's okay. So one of the things I asked it a number of years ago was, can you help me write an emergency plan? Can you help me write an emergency exercise? And the amount of data they'd fed into it included emergency plans, exercises, all kinds of emergency management, disaster recovery data had been fed into this thing, and it could help me. And that was kind of mind-blowing, because if I have this to help me with the smaller pieces, that leaves me to plan for the larger stuff. One thing to stress is that AI makes mistakes. These ChatGPTs, large language models, right now, they can make mistakes. If you have it write you an email, if you have it write a document for you, always double check its work, because you never know if it might have just messed up in a way. So I have hallucinate in quotes, and this is something I recently learned. So these AIs, these large language models, they're used to predicting words that come next based on emails and things like that. So I did a research with it and looked at a commercial space here in Beaufort County, and I asked it to do a detailed analysis of the property records, all 9 yards. And it did that for me. It generated a great report. It was awesome. And then it asked me if it wanted me to have one of its structural engineers take a look at it. And I was like, I don't think you have structural engineers. It does not. So it does not have a staff. But in the data it was fed, those emails and things, the natural progression in an email is, okay, how can I help you further with your building? Do you want us to be in contact with your structural engineers? So just be aware it can make mistakes. It's like kind of having a personal assistant that gets stuff right about 80% of the time. You still have to check their work on some things, but they are very helpful. Yeah, what you got?
What is the AI that we're currently carrying? It's not chat GPT, it's the other one that comes with the 265 pack.
I'm not sure.
Well, anyway, I'll figure it out. Yes.
Oh, okay, yes, Copilot and Microsoft. I haven't really experimented with that at all, honestly, but that's something to do for the future. Copilot reminded me too much of that really annoying paperclip that would pop up when you're writing a Word document. And maybe it's more the fact that I've just been using ChatGPT longer, so I'm more comfortable with it, but that's a great question, Jesus. Because if you're finding that that's helpful in your office work, definitely explore that. And I will too. With ChatGPT, it tries to be helpful. If you're writing a 1-page, 2-page document with it, you're like, oh, this is great. I just needed to change this sentence. And then it gives you back everything. You're like, you changed the whole thing. What are you doing? So when you're working with it, writing an email, creating a document, it's important to tell it when stuff is good and you don't want it to change. And one thing I've learned in my experience is if you go back and forth with it, writing a 2-page memo or anything along those lines, ask it to put a version on things. So if you're like, hey, this is wrong, fix this for me. And then it'll be like, okay, version 2 is this. That way you can kind of keep track of the back and forth with it. Crafting an emergency plan with ChatGPT, start with the basics. Just ask it the question, hey, can you help me write an emergency plan? That could be for your department, your company. You could write a personal family emergency plan, anything along those lines. ChatGPT can help you do that, and it can help you with outlines. I recommend kind of going chapter by chapter because it's not the best as far as doing very large documents. Standard operating procedures, all the things that you might be able to use at Public Works or in emergency planning. Just ask it, hey, can you help me with this? And a lot of times it will say yes. One thing I don't think I included on the slide was it can be overly positive. It could be overly affirming. So it might tell you that your idea is the best idea it's ever had. And just FYI, it tells everyone that. So just know that, it's important to check, with your supervisors and your coworkers, hey, is this idea a good one? Because more than likely AI will just tell you every time that it is a good idea. So using it for exercises. So for those of you who don't know, an exercise is basically a practice where you either practice a plan, a standard operating procedure, anything along those lines. You've got that document. An exercise could be a fire drill in an office. In the Public Works case, where I work, it could be us practicing or walking through a response to a hurricane or what comes after. And one thing I discovered is ChatGPT can help you do this. If you're just starting out as a Public Works director at a small county or anything along those lines, you want to be able to do your own exercises with your agency, ChatGPT can get you started. And this is kind of the norm for emergency management around the entire country. There's different kinds of exercises. There's tabletops, basically where you just sit around a table, talk about a scenario, work through it as a group. We've done a number of exercises at Public Works. I've actually had ChatGPT help me with some. We did a hurricane response tabletop exercise this year where we basically got everybody together, and I had ChatGPT help me come up with injects, and I'll talk about that next. So there's about 3 different types of exercises. Your tabletops, your functional, that's where you're practicing one piece of something. So that could be real life, like assembling a convoy, not actually moving the convoy somewhere, but just getting the trucks lined up, something along those lines. And then a full scale, a number of years ago, our agency put together a convoy and drove it up to our evacuation point up in Barnwell. So that's the kind of full-scale exercise. Or say, if your local law enforcement, police and fire were doing a active shooter exercise, and everybody's in person going through the roles, that's a full-scale exercise where everybody is practicing what they actually would do in that scenario. Lost my train of thought there for a second. Sorry, folks. So injects. Injects are the problems that you throw at folks during an exercise. So in our case, Public Works, hey, you've got a bunch of trees down on these roads. You've got flooding on these roads. Throw in some power lines and some of the trees that are down. And sometimes, like our most recent exercise, we would have 50 injects. So we've got our operations team, and we're handing them, hey, this is the hypothetical situation happening over here, and the next street, and the next street. ChatGPT, you can tell it, hey, I work at Public Works. We're responsible for county-maintained roads. I need a list of 50 injects that include trees down, power lines, and flooding. And this AI will go out there and it will create you a list. Highly recommend making sure you read that list, because sometimes it could make mistakes. It could throw in some state roads, things like that, but it'll actually help you in that. So what that does, as far as helping me plan these exercises, it means I have more time to work on those larger tasks. Getting really nerdy, y'all may have heard the term macros before. So macros are basically little custom programs that you can build to put in Word, Excel. You can even run them in Outlook. I never had the technological know-how to do a macro because it's pretty heavy coding. You can just get on the free version of ChatGPT and have it walk you through exactly how to do that, and it's cut and paste. Whether it's sorting data in an Excel file, or if you need to create 30 emails, each addressed to a different person, ChatGPT can help you do that, and then it's just a push of a button. So that's pretty much all I got, but I did want to save time for questions. And I know this could be a little overwhelming and that kind of thing. Show of hands, how many folks have used AI in here, ChatGPT? Awesome, that's fantastic, that's great. Would anybody care to share how they're using it? Don't feel pressured.
I'm in the process, I just took on a position.
Mhm. Yeah.
Position with overseeing the community centers.
Mhm.
So I'm in the process of taking whatever areas I see that are pertinent for retaining and overseeing the data itself,
Mhm.
or creating, should I say, and trying to put it together. Right now, currently just on the spreadsheet itself, but with that said, it's giving the AI is giving me ideas as to what areas I should be focusing on.
Nice.
Like the containers, the maintenance, et cetera, and sort of laying it out for me, also giving me the formulas to input into the spreadsheet, so I can just automatically just pull all that data from one tab and applies it to the other tabs on the sheet itself, creating sort of what they call a master spreadsheet for everything in front of me. So hopefully when we get the smart sheet we put all the licenses to that, it also shows me how to go about transferring that data from Excel into the smart sheet itself.
That's amazing, Jesus, that you're using it that well. That's really exciting. Yeah, it's great. It's like, I don't really Google anymore. I just use ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, is there a formula for this in Excel? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's basically become my personal assistant at work. Anytime I have a question about just about anything, I ask ChatGPT about it. Anybody else care to share at all? Please don't feel pressured. Yeah, sure.
I'm in York County and
Yeah.
our IT is just like, no, it's not secure, whatever you put in there, we don't know where it's going or how it's collecting, like for instance, data.
Right.
Does your IT have any issues with ChatGPT?
Right now, I think we're kind of developing a policy on that from the administration level down. Most folks, like myself, just kind of came into using our personal accounts and building out from there because we had the paid accounts. Do we eventually get to the point where the county has a large subscription for multiple users? And all those discussions are currently happening right now. I do know, like for Grok, I did try and go to the website in our IT department and had that one blocked. And I've been meaning to ask them about that as to why. I know it's Elon Musk's baby. Maybe it was a security issue. I'm not sure. We can fully access the ChatGPT website. I have a number of coworkers that are using the free version to assist in little things here and there, whether it's formulas and things like that, helping draft an email. You know, it's great as far as, I'm bad about those first introductory emails to someone you've never emailed before, never met before. And it'll help you. I mean, it'll really give you, you can make it more personable, more professional. But going back to your question, you know, it's one of those things where, having been an IT person, I know it's so much easier to wall yourself off from, you know, from their point of view. But AI is not going away. It's only going to get more and more advanced. And I know there's some some counties, I think there's one out in California, I might be able to get you the information, but basically are put together kind of advisory committees for other counties on kind of how to implement AI and how it can help. Thanks for the question, I appreciate it. Any other questions for me?
Have you used it in any, like, post-disaster or after disaster things to help you streamline some of your, situation planning or activities based upon data?
I can. So I've got some plans in place for that. So I used it a little bit with Helene because last year was really my first full year here at Public Works. And of course we got Tropical Storm Debbie, and then right after we had Helene. Excuse me a second. One thing I found is with the formulas, especially the macros. And I like the macros because I'm not giving the data to ChatGPT. It's just giving me the code I can put in Excel to sort myself. So in this instance, let's say I had a payroll file that had 800 employees on it, and I needed to know who worked overtime for this particular window of days. And of course, it's a payroll file, so I'm not giving that to ChatGPT, but it could tell me the code that I could put into Excel, just run it on my computer, and there's my list. Instead of having to try and figure out a formula or some other way, copy paste the code, I've got my macro, I push a button, and there it is. And that just saves a ton of time as far as trying to manually count rows or trying to figure out a way to sort them that way. So it definitely has helped me in that regard. And then it can help in a lot of other ways too, as far as helping you put together documents, applications. If you've got to put together applications for grants, things like that, you can say, hey, I'm working on this for this particular presidential disaster declaration. Help me with it. And it does, it really does. Any other questions at all? If you guys see me around, feel free to ask me anything the rest of the day. Be glad to help. Yeah, what you got, Jesus?
Regarding the macros
Yeah.
or the formulas that it generates for you,
Yeah.
step by step.
Yeah.
Are you able, because I noticed that I get those formulas and I'm not, obviously I'm not the most technical person, so am I able to copy and paste those macros and apply it to the spreadsheet as I'm creating it?
Great question. So what I've found just in the past week is I was really struggling how to show folks how to do the macros, because it's a little technical at first. There's a few steps you have to follow to make it right. until you get to the point of being able to copy paste. Like half the time, if I'm creating a macro with ChatGPT, it doesn't work the first time. So you just put the error into ChatGPT and say, hey, got this error, help me fix it. Just did that with Sally yesterday, and now she's got a custom macro she can run every day that searches her Excel spreadsheet for some data she's looking for. And she and I worked on that. So basically what we figured out was the environment for that kind of training is one-on-one. So what I'm doing is I'm offering for all the other folks, program managers, everyone else that are interested, basically they'll come over to your office for an hour, show you how you can get the developer tab, which is basically just a checkbox and options in Excel. And once you've got that, I've got an instruction list for you. I can walk you through it, and before you know it, you'll be sorting data a whole bunch of different ways at the push of a button. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. All right, well, thank you all for coming. I very much appreciate it. Thanks.
relatively new addition to SDR, and I met some of the folks here at a previous conference, and we were asked to come. And since I'm new to the company, I wasn't boots on the ground when a lot of these things that we're going to talk about happened. So I figured I'd bring in one of our guys who has been deeply immersed in these activities recently. It's Mark Stafford. He is our Vice President of Business Development for the company, and he flew in today just to see you people. So hope you enjoy his presentation.
All right, thank you, Jay. Please, sit down. Please. You good? Okay, all right. Thanks.
Jay, you live in Charleston? Yes, sir. Yeah, okay. A little bit about your background real quick? I'm sorry, yeah.
I worked for the County of Greenville for 27 years. My background's law enforcement. The second half of my career, I was involved in emergency management, first as the deputy director, then the director. We were kind of an odd scenario, like Beaufort County. We were under the sheriff's office, so we dealt with not only emergency management, homeland security. Right at the tail end of my career, we got separated out and became a department head under the county administrator, which both avenues were great, but after COVID, I said, I've got my time in, I think I'm done. And I stayed retired for about 3.5 years, moved to Charleston, and Al, who owns SDR, I've known him since he started the company, and he reached out to me and said, we'd love for you to come work for us. And I said, nope, I like being retired. And we finally went back and forth enough, and we came to an agreement, so here I am. And I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I didn't realize how much I missed being active, doing work. And I'm very happy to be back with my emergency management friends on that side, who are all a bunch of great people, and I'm meeting a lot of new people on this side of the world. So I'm very happy to be involved here, and I appreciate the association for asking us to come here, and happy to be a part of it.
All right, so I've done this a lot of years, guys. I've done this probably 25 years. I was a minority owner of one of the companies I now compete with for years and years until my partner and I sold. But I actually took 3.5 years off, and I live in New York, and I walked the city endlessly until I decided, you know, I enjoy doing what I do, and I think I'm gonna do a little more of it. And so I'm happy to work with SDR. SDR is a 14, maybe 15-year-old company. Been around and predominantly has done centered around debris collection, but we now have several divisions. We were talking about our marine division, which is, we bought a company and we're trying to expand that business. We have a utilities division where we do vegetative management for private utilities and public utilities around the country. And we have a GIS section in our company. We were forced into that because we were fortunate enough to get through the state of North Carolina. We held the primary contract, and all of those jurisdictions in western North Carolina that you've seen and read about, I'm sure you've seen them on the news, we have ended up doing that work. And it ended up, we're still doing it. We're still in the middle of it, but we've collected 12 million cubic yards of debris from the public right-of-way. And we have a mission that involves either somewhere between 800 and 1,000 miles of waterway in those 12 or 13 counties that we're doing right now. And so we think that's the largest FEMA reimbursed waterway work we've ever seen in the U.S. And so we're proud to tout that. We have, to put it into perspective, we're right at $500 million worth of work year to date, and we continue to work. So it's a huge, huge project. I've got to tell the truth today. I've got one of my competitors sitting in the back row here. So, and it's on tape, all right? It's on tape. I know, you're going to grab it and try to use it against me.
I'm actually new to the industry too. I've only been in series since June, so.
Okay, well, sit and learn maybe, huh? I don't know. Okay, let me see how I do this.
You know, it's pretty easy. So, you know, what we have to look at is right now FEMA's going through a major transformation. The Trump administration has formed a committee, and they're tasked with looking at everything FEMA does and trying to reform the institution, the department. Thank you, the department. And what that probably is going to entail, and I'm speculating only, I do have some insight. One of the members of the committee is actually a consultant of ours, and he's very, very close to the breast with information he gives us. But in general, you can look for a push down, probably a large push down of responsibility now going to the states rather than being centralized in Washington, D.C. And that's what we can kind of look for. You'll probably see a mandate for states to put aside to budget funding for events. Of course, not every state is created equal. You've got states with money and states that don't have money. You have states with massive tax bases and states that don't have massive tax bases. So it'll be very interesting to see how that looks ultimately. But rest assured, there will be a decentralized approach to going forward with FEMA. FEMA right now is I'll call it dysfunctional. That's my word. You can quote me if you want, but we're dealing with them daily. And the leadership, a lot of the leadership is stripped out. We were fortunate enough to hire the former Region 4 administrator, and he's, you know, I'm with him every day. It really has opened my eyes to the workings, the inner workings of FEMA from the top. And so, and he's kind of amazed at the defection and the lack of leadership. I'm on tape again, so don't send this to FEMA, but it really is a dysfunctional organization right now. So moving along, I was going to talk about the responsibilities of debris operations when it comes to public works. And what I've found over the years is that public works personnel always have a better grasp on the debris missions than other departments. They understand the mechanics of it better. A close second would possibly be the solid waste department, but it's amazing as you go across the United States and do projects how you see different departments within government manning and operating and managing debris missions. And debris missions at 5,000 feet seem pretty simple. On the ground, they're very complicated pieces of work that demand a great amount of attention and a great amount of attention to detail before, during, and after the event. And so planning and pre-event contracting is essential, my number 2 bullet point, to ensuring operational success. I mean, it's key. And the Public Works Director is probably the person in the right seat to manage that process. Why does it matter? The speed of the recovery is important. FEMA has, in the past, put a enhanced funding piece tied to speedy recovery. I think it is contrary to good safety, and I think it is probably not the best vehicle to use, but nonetheless, it has happened. But, you know, poor planning, not having a standby contract, a pre-event contract in place is almost unforgivable these days. It's looked at by the federal government. It has been looked at by the federal government with great favor. As a matter of fact, they had a pilot program that's no longer in place, but there's talk about it being revived that enhanced funding for those jurisdictions that had a standby or pre-event contract. And if you don't know, and I think everybody in this room knows what the vehicle is, it's simply a dormant contract that you compete and put in place and use only if and when you want to use it. It doesn't generally cost you zero, except the time and effort to put the contract out, and the benefits are endless. They truly are endless. And for instance, pre-planning with a contractor is such a key piece of work. I can't emphasize it enough. Going in, holding hands with the public works director and staff, and putting debris management sites in place, getting final disposal agreements in place, knowing all the key routes and priorities that the jurisdiction may have. All of that stuff is done in the pre-planning stage. And without a contractor under contract, you know, you do it, but then when somebody goes to work, you got to convey all that information to them. So you get to know each other, and it's really a phenomenal vehicle. And I'll talk about that throughout this presentation. Scarce resources, this third little bullet I've got up there, is something I want to talk about because we've seen a strain on resources in major events recently, and it's so important that I think I devoted a slide to it coming up in a little bit. For instance, lowest price contracts often lead to failure. So there's a misconception by government that they're mandated to select on low price. And I'm telling you, it's a recipe for disaster. I can cite example after example, and I will cite some as we go along here. Yeah, price has got to be a part of it, but it doesn't have to be the major part. And so I didn't put this PowerPoint together, so you can tell I really don't know what slide is coming next, so I apologize for that. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. And so we saw in Katrina, Rita followed Katrina in 2005. It's hard to believe it's been 20 years since Katrina hit. I lived in New Orleans when Katrina hit. I wasn't there when it actually hit. I was down the road in Baton Rouge, but nonetheless, I was there to witness the effects of that storm. I was there to witness my home being flooded and other homes and my neighbors' homes, and I was there to recover. And so I lived through this. But on the heels of Katrina came Rita, and the resources became so slight that unfortunately jurisdictions had to depend somewhat on the Corps of Engineers to come in and perform a mission that probably cost about 60% more than a private mission would. And by the way, Corps of Engineers will tell you that I've seen publications that they produced where they tout the excessive cost for doing a direct federal funding mission. So anyway, that's one example. But more recently, you've got Harvey, Irma, Maria. So the industry has evolved to a point where specific equipment is used for debris collection. These large tandem, large capacity, self-loading vehicles. And there's only probably, we estimate, about 2,200 around the country. And when that storm hits multiple jurisdictions, multiple states, and those resources are captured, then many times jurisdictions are out in the cold, and it's human nature for contractors to go where the money is, and they're going to do that. And so I'm saying this intentionally to drive home the point that it's very important for jurisdictions not to select on price alone. Experience, financial capability, all of those other factors play a major role. Hurricane Helene is a fine example of the same thing happening. You had the state of Florida requiring, all across the state, requiring assets from contractors such as us and my colleague in my competitor, colleague in the back, and the demand was phenomenal, to the point where in western North Carolina, we were vying for major resources against the state of Florida. So what does the state of Florida do in reaction to that? The governor of the state was not going to hear that he was not going to recover, so he arbitrarily raised the prices that jurisdictions sent out to their contractors to draw assets. So it is a supply and demand environment out there. Also, we're seeing now coming out of Florida, we're seeing some contracts using, I'm going to call it reverse economies of scale. So let me explain that. You would think that the more volume that you're proposing on in an RFP, you would think that the more volume, the lower the price. That's where you would normally go. It's just the opposite now. The more volume, the higher the price, because you're vying for those limited assets. And so I'll take the most recent was Lake County, Florida, just came out with tiers, 100,000 cubic yards, 600,000 cubic yards, 1.3 million cubic yards. Invariably, the price went up because if it's 1.3 million yards, it's affected a lot of jurisdictions, and they'll all be vying for those assets. So it doubles the impact, the rationale for putting the contract in place, because you've got a contract that requires that your contractors show up and do the work, okay? That's important. All right. You learning anything back there? Huh? Be honest. Oh, you know, okay. Could you take the rest of this for me? All right, so let's talk about, you could tell I didn't put this together because redundancy in the middle slide I should have seen. So, and it's not a bad practice, and it's done widely across Florida, for instance, and that is multiple contractors. So if your first contractor does not show completely, or fails, or shows partially, you bring in your secondary contractors to supplement. It's certainly not a bad practice. And in Florida, you see contracts handed out for 3, 4, 5 contractors. It's not uncommon. So, like I said, not a bad practice. But how do you choose a contractor? Relationships certainly are important. Now, you guys have the contract here in this county, and you're here for a reason, because you're maintaining a relationship with the current county. And it's incumbent upon us as contractors with these large contracts, and they are large contracts. They're dormant, but if you go to work, they're large. It's incumbent upon us to maintain a relationship. You want to know the solid waste director. You've got to know the public works director. You've got to know the finance director. It's important that you know the players, the supervisors and so forth that you're going to be working with, because you're going to work hand in hand to do some key functions that I've mentioned before, finding the debris management sites, putting contracts into place with final disposal facilities and so forth. And so that's important. Training. Your contractor, will he come in and do tabletop exercises and training with the jurisdiction? We offer those services no charge. We come in and we do that. And that's standard in the industry, to come in and do those. The quality of the training is important. You know, you can't just come in and do it off the cuff. It's got to be a well-prepared, defined exercise. Performance record, I always encourage people to go back and look at performance. Look at long-term performance. Have you ever defaulted on a contract? I'm talking about the contractor. has my contractor ever defaulted? What kind of financial backing can he produce? Now, I'll give you an example why that is important. We are $350 million in accounts receivable today for Western North Carolina. $350 million. You've got to have deep pockets to do this work, because if your jurisdiction is waiting on FEMA to reimburse, that may take a long time. And the jurisdiction may not have the money to pay you right away, even though they're obligated because your contract's directly with the local jurisdiction. So you got to have deep pockets, and you got to be able to bond a large number. Can you bond, $500 million? It's all important. And I'm down to monitoring services. Any monitors in here? No, I mean in this room. Nobody's in the room. Yeah. So, going hand in hand with the debris collection, the debris contractors, the standby for debris contracting is a standby for monitoring. And I would never endorse anyone, but it's important that you do use the same measurements, the same dynamic, the key measurements that I just mentioned to ascertain whether your debris monitoring firm is the company you want doing this, okay? They're certifying pay items for you and the collection contractor, and their data their data systems have got to be perfect. Otherwise, you're looking at trouble down the road. Let's see what this slide says here. I mean, this is a no-brainer. It's why Public Works must lead. You can read it for yourself. I've already said it. And building partnerships for success. And I think anybody that's successful you have to involve early on, during the process, and late, and after the process, key players within government. And your public works, emergency management, solid waste, legal, procurement, finance, all have to be at the table and rowing in the same direction. External partnerships, obviously, it's good to get along with FEMA. It's better than a conflict with FEMA, always. Your state emergency management group is essential in guaranteeing that you're getting the right kind of advice and your funding is flowing adequately through FEMA. And they can be your voice, the local jurisdiction's voice. And we've seen examples in Georgia. The Georgia State Emergency Management Association group has stood up tall. They've pushed hard on FEMA to get money, and it makes a difference. It makes a whole lot of difference. I use them as an example because they recently had some slowdown in funding, and they stood up tall and got it pushed. Partnerships with vendors, monitoring firms in neighboring counties. So neighboring counties, coordination for the sharing of certain resources, whether it be debris management sites, whether it be final disposal. We always see the need for coordination between adjoining jurisdictions. And then regional collaboration. If you're in a jurisdiction that has smaller towns and cities, it is very wise for the larger of the jurisdictions to maybe take the lead and share the contract with jurisdictions within, for instance, the county, towns and so forth within the county, rather than doing individual contracts where it's somewhat gerrymandered. And so I would recommend that at all times. And then task force, that's kind of a broad term, and it's not always necessary, but it's good if you've got a major event that you form forces to deal with some of these one-offs, if you will. Derelict vessels, PPDR, as we call it, private property debris removal, which we're doing a massive amount in western North Carolina right now. And it's kind of a cumbersome operation, PPDR, in that it requires, rights of entry and certain legal procedures to be put in place. And this is just a monitoring guide that I would recommend that everybody, FEMA 327 debris monitoring PDF. And, guys, that is almost what I had to say to you, except I've got some best practices and common mistakes. And obviously the pre-event planning and training is a best practice. The coordination between departments, vendor relations, guidance from FEMA and state. And so I'll talk a bit about that. The old axiom was that FEMA never puts anything in writing. Well, I'm here to tell you that's not true. They will put something in writing, but it's not easy. You've got to, if you're doing anything questionable, you've got to be persistent that you get a ruling from them in writing. Why is that important? Because they change personnel out like you change your shirt constantly. And who knows where that person who made the ruling verbally is going to be? And who knows what they're going to say 6 months down the road? Memories are short. So you can get it in writing, and I would insist that you do that given the opportunity. And then mistakes. Waiting to contract until something happens. That's the big mistake. And incomplete vetting of contractors. I've talked about that. Make sure you've got all those boxes checked. Okay, past performance through financial capability. Not coordinating with FEMA early. I just moved ahead. Not coordinating with FEMA and poor documentation. And of course, that's why you hire a monitor. Okay. Now, if you're undertaking elements of work prior to the monitoring showing up, you better be documenting it carefully. And with that said, discussion. There's got to be a question out there, please.
Okay, so I have a question about how this works.
Yeah.
So your firm has government contracts with municipalities to help manage debris removal. Is that correct?
To perform debris removal
Okay.
and manage.
So you have contractors on site, they're contractors with like the trucks that actually physically remove the debris.
You got it.
So how do you manage when there's not storms?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the model in the industry is a model of subcontracting. Invariably, everybody in the industry subcontracts. They have limited pieces of equipment because think about this. There's not been a storm to hit the mainland U.S. in 2025. Yeah, that's plastic, by the way. So it would be virtually impossible and highly impractical, let's call it stupid, for a company to invest millions of dollars, and it would take millions and millions, and sit equipment waiting for something to happen that they don't know it's going to happen. So we rely on closely held, and that's a key term, closely held subcontractors. So my competitor in the back row, they have a handful of closely held contractors that follow them around and they can count on, as do we, and as do the other competitors in the industry.
So in your contracts with the municipalities, do you
That's a great question, and that's a great question. It really is, and yes, I would say not all the time do we list the subcontractors that we're gonna use, but we're frequently asked, please, we wanna know specifically what subcontractors you're gonna use, tell me about the company, and list their assets, okay? And so it's a good piece of business, if you ask me, for a jurisdiction to ask that question. The, I'm the guarantor. Okay, I'm the guarantor, and the buck stops here. The buck stops with us as the contracting element company. Okay, and so ultimately through a payment and performance bond, and through payment and performance bond, we're on the hook for doing the work. However, it has been common practice in this industry, instead of calling the payment and performance bond for non-performance, you call the secondary contractor. It's been common practice. It's not necessary to do that. You can call the bond. You're on the hook. Vetting the contractor is so important in this arena because you got to know, how many times have you done this? How many times have you walked off and left it to the number two guy to do the work? Have you ever had a bond called? So your questions are pertinent. Anything else? Hey, Jay, I gave you a question. All right, guys, I really appreciate your time. How long did I take? Ooh. Yeah. Okay, 30 minutes. I was shooting for 30 at 33. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's 2:01. Let's go for it. All right. So yeah, good to see everybody. We're happy to show you guys what we've been doing for mosquito control. We organize all of our data for mosquito control in this online platform called RTS Online. And it doesn't just support mosquito control. We support engineering, y'all, and a bunch of different ones. If I just went down here are my organizations groups. So we have like 80 groups in here. I mean, we support airports, animal services, drug abuse, all that. But part of the one that we're here for is for mosquito control. So as you see, we've got like 5 different groups for them, just for them. They have about the lion's share of the operation in here. So if we go into the main one, this mosquito control group, we see the content in here, some 90 or so different items. And these items are things like tables, web maps, story maps, images, data layers, all these different kinds of things that organize projects. And over here we see these different group categories that show specific projects that we support for them, like catch basin treatments or larvicide operations. That's some of what we're going to be talking about today. But instead of me just talking about it, let's hear about it from them. So this is a video that shows the director and their chief operations officer, Tyler. So Robert is their director, Robert Kartner, and then Tyler Galt is their operations chief. They can say it. Yeah. If we get it. So we're talking here with mosquito control, and my name is David Neave. I work for Mapping Applications, and my colleague Kelsey here. We just want to talk to the people we've been supporting for the past number of years and see how things are going. We've been revisiting our original connections and talking about the support that we give to them. So, you guys ready for some questions? Sure. All right, great. So first, can you tell us the story about how we connected originally and how we came to support your operations?
Yeah, we reached out to you in the JS department in 2020 to see if you could make a larviciding map that was a little bit more intuitive than what we currently had at the time, so that our technicians could use their iPads and go out in the field and mark and do frequent inspections on the larviciding sites where we find mosquito breeding.
And were those expectations fulfilled in terms of how we supported it?
Yeah, so with the very first map that we created, it was a fantastic success, I think. That's been our longest running map, and we continue to expand on it. And then after we realized what assets GIS could provide to us in a partnership, that's when you all developed the in-house database system that we now use, which replaced our previous database system that we were paying for.
All right, so is there a sector of the mosquito control industry that GIS played an impactful role in that you didn't initially expect?
Yeah, I'll say that with other similar database companies, you don't get the same customization that you do with having your own internal database system. And the customer service we get from you all is fantastic. But the ability to customize the maps in the way that we need to do it, there's a lot of data in there that's too complicated for us that you all handle, but there's a lot on the surface that we're able to change, which is not possible with a third-party company.
All right, and let's go into discussing more about the public. Describe what you see to be impactful benefits for the public as a stakeholder.
Well, one of the great benefits is the ease there is for the public to be able to see what we're doing. So they can go onto our website and
Okay, great. Where's my mouse here? There we go. All right, so yeah, we heard from them how Robert highlights our customer service to them, along with giving them the ability to customize their own applications. So essentially, we act as like their IT support. They're the ones who authored the different apps and products that we saw that they want to use to guide their operations. We gave them the technical support and expertise in order to be able to compile all that, put that together for them. And some of what we do for them is a set of applications called the spray programs, and Kelsey is going to show you how those spray programs products work.
Thank you, Ian. All right, so now here's the spray missions of web app. So this web app plays a key role in supporting our mosquito control operations by providing an interactive platform for managing and visualizing data. So the web app ultimately makes smarter data-driven decisions about where and when to apply treatments, adulticide treatments. So on the left panel here, you'll see we have several filters to toggle on and off. That's because there's a lot of data. So if we turn this off, all this pops up, all this pops up. So it helps manage to see what's important and what's not. So the filters on the left show landing rate counts for mosquitoes, service requests, and a specific mosquito control species, such as Aedes albopicus, I don't know if I said that right, but service requests data for that. So mosquito control counts are greater than 24. So these filters let decision makers for the mosquito control staff quickly visualize mosquito population trends and identify problem areas. So then right below this, we have the Smart Editor, which you can see here in the bottom left. And this tool allows the staff to draw and define new adulticide treatment areas directly on the map. So by doing this digitally, we can precisely plan spray missions and ensure we're targeting the right locations, and also maintain accurate treatment records for reporting. All right, so we'll get into using this Smart Editor. So with this, mosquito control staff will find the area of treatment. So for example, we can go out here and we'll draw here. Let's press it here, there we go. So let's say, for example, I'll draw a polygon here. All right, and so the enter data such as plan spray date, we'll go with today, and the method truck, and method ULV, we'll go for truck again. And so what's the important part, the adulticide treatment used. So I'll go with Duet HD, and spray trigger, we'll go with a high trap count from what the mosquito control staff found in the area. And also it shows what employee would be going out to complete the treatment. And priority, we'll keep the standard. And zone name, I will go with 1. And we'll go with test area, we'll say no. Okay, so once mosquito control staff has completed that, we'll go ahead and save it. Okay, and now the important part for this, after I've completed that, is what the public will see. All right, so this is the planned and completed spray missions. All right, so we zoom in here, you'll see the one that I have created. And so with this is a web app that the public's able to access and view from the county's mosquito control website. So the planned spray missions show info here in the pop-up for the public. It shows, again, the planned spray date, the method used, high trap count, and the adulticide. So a unique part of this as well, Robert Cartner, the director, he provided the label for Duet HD, the adulticide treatment, and also the safety data sheet. So if you look here, he has the links provided for that, which I thought was interesting to add. And that as well, all the safety data that applies to Duet HD. All right. And next we have the completed spray missions. So these only show completed spray missions within the last 2 weeks. So it doesn't look like it's been completed spray missions the last 2 weeks, and that's why it would be blank for this. And that's all I have right now for the spray missions.
Great. Thanks, Kelsey. So we've examined how material applications are estimated and planned out. And another facet of operations deals with the other side of this pesky problem with mosquito larvae. With larvicide operations, let's look at how mosquito-controlled track administrators report on and guide field work. So Kelsey has made this really awesome dashboard for them to do so. And is it this one right here?
Yeah, it's that.
Larvicide reporting? There you go. So there it is. She's going to show you how it's done.
All right. So ultimately, this dashboard serves as a hub for where all larvicide-related data is brought into one clear interactive view. So by visualizing data in real time, the team's able to monitor field activity, treatment progress, and site conditions across the county. So the heart of this dashboard is this larvicide reporting web map. So we'll go in here. I'll pull up the legend to help. So you'll see like the green dots and like the blue. Those are inspection statuses, so it's larvicide sites that have been seen in the last 2 weeks. And then there's the larvicide site locations, and these are sites that haven't been seen in the last 2 weeks. But interesting thing, we go to click into these, you'll see all the related information. So this was inspected on the 31st, so today. So its status is complete, it gives the site type. And also, the mosquito control staff that's out there in the field, they're able to take pictures of what they're finding out there in the area. And so, again, it shows the larvicide site inspection with that for this location with all the related details. So there's a lot that we're able to enter in for that. All right. Another cool part of the larvicide reporting dashboard, we have these two lists. So there's the larvicide layer locations and larvicide inspections. So for example, when I click on larvicide layer locations, it takes me to a site that I want to go to, but also shows all the larvicide inspections within it. So you see there's quite a few in there with this one larvicide layer location. And you're able to visually see it this way with all the larvicide inspections within. All right, and then, so up top here we have like selecting the ID, which I'm not sure why you really want to use, that's a lot of stuff to type in there. Last visit and day of inspection. You can even look specifically at this, what staff is doing what in here. Let's see, I'll do this. And you can see inspection status. So that'll relate to what's found inside these points. Site status. So site type, they have multiple options for that. So sample collected, yes or no. And then at the bottom portion, the dashboard gives an overview of site and inspection statuses. So again, the site statuses right here are the points we see on the map, and the inspection statuses are related to the data we see within the points. And so on the left, we have treatment used measured in ounces, and then our average salinity. And then we have other options for filtering our data. So I'll go over examples of using a mosquito control staff using this. So for example, we have last inspection date. We'll go through the 6th through the 9th, and then site type. We'll go with roadside ditch. So you'll see how the site status and inspection status changes, and even the treatment used in ounces changes as well, along with our larvicide layer locations and of course the web map. So we'll reset this. And then we'll look at, for example, our staff is Charles Edwards, and inspection status is complete. In our site type, we will go with flooded low area. And so again, once again, it narrows it down to the information that mosquito control staff wants to see. There we go. I'll go with one more here. So we'll go larvae found, yes, and then treatment use. We'll go with these 3 here. So once again, it's unique. You'll get to see this on the pie chart, along with the average salinity changing as well, and the list. All right. And next, we'll have Ian take it away with service requests, which is very important for the public entering in their information.
Some high-powered stuff you got there. Looks like GIS can do a lot, right? Yeah. That's a cue for you guys. I don't know why, but I always have to refresh the story map when I get to this part, because this is a video. Okay, so this video is about service requests. So suppose you're a citizen, you want to get treatment for your area. You could go to the Beaufort County website right here and type in a service request, and then you can fill out the online. But if you're not comfortable doing that, you can call up staff and they'll do the exact same thing. That you'll just tell them the information. So here's the service request. She's not mosquito control. But you can get her to do it, I suppose. Anyway, you would fill out the service request form, and it's a set of questions. I didn't want to demonstrate this because, you know, they fail when you're doing it live, but you get an alert that says, yeah, your service request was submitted. But not only that, but you get an email that comes back to you that says, you know, thank you for submitting your request at blah, 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 and we'll be responding to you in a manner that's efficient for us. But not only does this email go to the requester, but it also goes to mosquito control to alert them that this is actually happening. And when that happens, they're able to start working with it within a new, or within something called their Request Manager app, which is going to open up right now. Right now, there we go. Consists of a map for the lion's share, which shows all the different service requests, the different categories of them, whether they're new, whether they're in process, whether they've been assigned. And the staff member here will work within this to assign a new number to it, so which is automatically generated. I'm not going to get involved with how that happens, but there's a script on the back end that sees that there's nothing there, and then it assigns the next number in line. Which I'll actually fast forward through a little bit of this, because this was built for a demonstration with a bunch of GIS geeks, and you guys are not interested in how the guts of that works. So essentially, we'll skip that part. But we get to this part where the staff member would go back into the Service Request Manager and click on the feature and then change the attributes to assigned, give the person the staff member who they're assigning it to, and then that will alert them that this is going to be in process. So see, you have staff with initial response, staff assigned, and then all that is fed into this dashboard right here that we see here. So we see the different levels or parts of the process that are shown in the different indicator widgets. And if we filter this for, like, say, Charles Edwards that did that was assigned or did anything with any of these service requests between August 1st and August 9th of last year, we can see the different levels, like with Kelsey's dashboard, they change depending upon the parameters that we put in. But staff and administrators can actually go here and download the specific data for reporting purposes. So we've seen how this works from the beginning of the operation to the end of the operation, from getting a request submitted to reporting and tracking, which is what the administrators actually wanted. But to wrap up our presentation, let's once again go to the words of our client, Robert and Tyler from Mosquito Control, as they explain what is most valuable in the relationship between our departments. And then if you have any questions, we'll field them. Why not?
What are some key takeaways you noticed with incorporating GIS into mosquito control operations?
The back-end data is comprehensive. I'll say we collect a lot of data and really require us to be able to access that data at any time, because we're constantly comparing data to previous years, even week to week. It's important for mosquito control to have access to that data anytime we can get it. just to make comparisons, make sure we're actually having the impact that we need to have.
Tyler, I know you just earlier speak about future projects. Are there any that you're looking forward to specifically?
We're in the midst of doing some collaborative projects with Technical College of the Lowcountry and University of South Carolina, Beaufort, and doing studies on storm drain work, and also possibly doing some research on the potential for mosquito viruses in the area. And all of the stuff that y'all have been putting together for us with our system is going to be very helpful to that.
Well, great. Well, thank you for meeting with us today and speak
no
about this.
problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Yeah.
Yay. All right. Are there any questions? Here's our how to get a hold of us if you need to for anything, but you can just bang on the wall.
Yeah, he's just being on, he's working. So.
And you can call either one of us if you have anything that you need.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
I know, right? I think we could, especially for your your encroachment permits. I want them on the marine side. Oh, marine side.
You got yourself some work.
Yeah, I like to hear it.
That's all right, because part of that is to make sure that we actually own those properties.
No, oh, no, oh.
Some of them kind of questionable ones you asked.
I think
Yes.
I've seen property lines do this number, and then you click on the parcel on the right, it says that owns the triangle on the left. So you click the parcel on the left, and it says that owns the triangle on the right, and you're like, something's wrong here.
Oh, I think I helped Joel out because of some building condition. Yes, yes.
These are not the same.
You helped out, yeah.
Oh boy.
Like, the road is owned by the state all the way to the end, but it doesn't say anything about a total in the end.
Are you talking about Whitby Lane?
Yeah, that one,
Hi.
that's kind of special, but
Nah, we just finished. You can start whenever you want to.